Horse and drivers are on the track for tonight's first of four non-wagering qualifying events. Field of trotters in here. Number one is Supreme Rocket with driver Mike McGuigan. Number two is Ma Barker going without the hobbles tonight with Dave Kelly. Number three is Rocket Blast, the driver Corey McPherson. And number four is Libero with Mark Campbell. Tonight's first of four non-wagering qualifying events, lining up in behind the starting gate with Supreme Rocket with Mike McGuigan, Ma Barker 2 with Dave Kelly, Rocket Blast is 3 with Corey McPherson, and on the outside is Libero with Mark Campbell. Here they come. And away they go, off and trotting in the middle. That's Rocket Blast out for the lead as they drive off the gate into the first turn at the rail. Supreme Rocket will come out with the early lead. Rocket Blast in there second with Libero on the outside third. And your early trailer, that's Ma Barker as they race around the turn. They go to the backstretch for the first time. They're approaching the opening quarter, led by Supreme Rocket in line to Mike McGuigan. In at the rail second, that's Rocket Blast with Libero going along in third and gapped out trailing. That's Ma Barker as they pass on by the opening quarter, heading into the fair turn first time. No change in position. Still led by Supreme Rocket. Trotting along the rail in second, that is Rocket Blast after an opening quarter of 30 seconds flat. Back there in third is Libero, and your trailer is Ma Barker as they swing around the 3/8 turn. They'll come down the stretch in front of us for the first time. There are four trotters in here, led by Supreme Rocket. Rocket Blast in the rail at the rail second, with Libero going along third, and the trailer is Ma Barker as they pass on by the half. They head into the 5/8 turn now for the second and final time. still led by Supreme Rocket. Rocket Blast is second. Libero going along third after a half of a minute and 3/5. They'll trot the backstretch now for the second and final time. Supreme Rocket. Here comes Rocket Blast now up on the outside with Libero in third as they go on down the backstretch. They're neck and neck passing by the 3/4 with Supreme Rocket on the inside. Rocket Blast trotting on the outside. Libero is third with Ma Barker, the trailer, past the 3/4 in 1:30 off the 7/8 turn. For home they come. Supreme Rocket has been there all the way. Rocket Blast is second. Libero on the inside third. Through the stretch they trot for the line. It's all Supreme Rocket with Rocket Blast on the wire. It is Supreme Rocket with Mike McGuigan. Rocket Blast is second. Libero will be three. Time for the qualifier, 2 minutes, 1/5. The results of tonight's first qualifier: 1 Supreme Rocket, the winner; 2 Ma Barker, 4; 3 Rocket Blast, 2; 4 Libero, 3. Fractions the quarter in 30. The half a minute, 3/5. 3/4, 1:30 Time for the mile, 2 minutes, 1/5. Top down, 1-4-2-3. The horses and drivers are on the track for tonight's second of 4 non-wagering qualifying events. Number 1 is a 2-year-old by Cattle Wash, Gemini Hanover, with Mike McGuigan. Number 2 is Frank's Favorite Filly with David Dowling. Number 4 is Lady Lamurai with Adam Murner. There's the 5, Red Dirt Legacy with Miles Heffernan Sr. Elm Grove Tez, where 6 with Mark Campbell. And there's the 3, Clarkey Shadow with Corey McPherson. Tonight's second qualifier, lining up behind the starting gate from the rail out, is a 2-year-old by Cattle Wash, Gemini Hanover with Mike McGuigan. Frank's Favorite Filly 2 and David Dowling. Clarkey Shadow 3 with Corey McPherson. Lady Lamurai is going free-legged tonight with Adam Murner. Red Dirt Legacy will leave 5 with Miles Heffernan Sr. And on the outside 6 is Elm Grove Tez with Mark Campbell. Here they come. And away they go, off and pacing from the middle. That's Red Dirt Legacy looking for the lead as they race into the first turn. Frank's Favorite Filly goes off stride. The 2-year-old at the rail, that is Gemini Hanover, battling for the lead. As they race around the turn, they'll go to the back stretch for the first time. And it is the 2-year-old by Cattle Wash, Gemini Hanover, in line to Mike McGuigan to cut it early. Driving up on the outside now. Free-legged tonight, that's Lady Lamurai with Adam Murner. And at the rail, though, taking second, that is Miles Heffernan Sr. with Red Dirt Legacy. At the rail in fourth, that is Clarkey Shadow. Back there in fifth to Elm Grove Tez. And your trailer after a break is Frank's Favorite Filly as they pass by the opening quarter in 29-4. And Gemini Hanover insists on cutting this one into the 2-hole now. That is Lady Lamurai. Back in their third is Red Dirt Legacy. Coming away fourth is Clarkey Shadow. Back there in fifth, that's Elm Grove Tez, and Frank's Favorite Filly in the back tier as they pass on by the half. No change in position. That is still Gemini Hanover on top. Moving to the 5/8 after half of 59 and 3. Gemini Hanover the leader with Lady Lamurai second. Red Dirt Legacy third, gapping out there fourth. That is Elm Grove Taz. Back there in fifth, that is after a break, is Clarky Shadow. And pulling up is Frank's favorite filly as they go on down the backstretch. Moving past the 3/4, Gemini Hanover, the 2-year-old by Cattle Wash, is the leader. Lady Lamurai going along in second. Back there in third to Red Dirt Legacy. 129 and 2 by the 3/4, heading to the 7/8 turn. Second and final time, and it is Gemini Hanover the leader. Lady Lamurai second, Red Dirt Legacy third. Elm Grove Tez is back there in fourth. Clarky Shadow fifth. Through the stretch, and Lady Lamurai comes up the inside to win this qualifier with Gemini Hanover in there for second. Red Dirt Legacy will be 3. Time for the mile, 1:58 and 1. The results of tonight's second qualifier: number 1, Gemini Hanover 2. 2, Frank's favorite filly did not finish. 3, Clarky Shadow 5. 4, Lady Lamurai the winner. 5, Red Dirt Legacy 3. 6, Elm Grove Tez 4. Fractions quarter 29-4. The half in 59 and 3. 3/4 129 and 2. Time for the mile, 1:58 and 1. Top down 2 DNF 5-1-3-4. Now parading our tonight's third qualifier. 6 trotters coming on the track. Number 1 is Fire the Rocket with driver Jason Hughes. Two is Dusty Lane Kahlua with Adam Murner. There's the 3, In Harmony with Miles Heffernan Sr. Number 4 is Ocean View Nicky with Mike McGuigan. There's the 5, Bless Me Father with Mark Campbell. And number 6 is Arrête Hanover with Corey McPherson. Tonight's third qualifier, lining up in behind the starting gate with Fire the Rocket and Jason Hughes, Dusty Lane Kahlua with Adam Murner. 3 is In Harmony with Miles Heffernan Sr. 4, Ocean View Nicky with Mike McGuigan. Bless Me Father, 5 with Mark Campbell. 6 on the outside is Arrête Hanover with Corey McPherson. Here they come. And away they go, off and trotting in the middle. That is In Harmony looking for the lead as they trot off the gate heading into the first turn. Coming away with the lead at the rail, that's Fire the Rocket. Up on the outside second is In Harmony, and at the rail third. As the race around the turn is Dusty Lane Kahlua. Trotting up on the outside fourth, that is Bless Me Father. In at the rail, that's Ocean View Nicky. And your early trailer, that's a Rhett Hanover as they trot three wide to the opening quarter with Bless Me Father going to the front in line to Mark Campbell. In at the rail second is Fire the Rocket, caught on the outside third. That's In Harmony. Trotting along fourth to Dusty Lane Kahlua. Back there in fifth, that's Ocean View Nicky. And your trailer is a Rhett Hanover. Past the opening quarter, they trotted the mile in 30 and 2 to that station. Coming off the 3/8 turn now, down the stretch in front of us for the first time. And it's Bless Me Father on top by 4 as they approach the half-mile mark. Fire the Rocket in there second, 3 lengths back in third. That is In Harmony. Trotting along fourth to Dusty Lane Kahlua, edging out there fifth as they pass by the halfway point. That is Ocean View Nicky, and your trailer on the outside is a Rhett Hanover as they pass on by the half. A minute, 3/5. Trotting by the 5/8. They'll go to the backstretch now for the second and final time. Bless Me Father opening on the front end. Trotting second is Fire the Rocket. Outside third now, that's a Rhett Hanover. Coming up on the outside fourth is Ocean View Nicky. There's Dusty Lane Kahlua, and your trailer is now In Harmony as they trot on past the 3/4, heading into the far turn. Final time, 1:30 and 4 by the 3/4, heading into the 7/8 turn, and it is Bless Me Father trotting a storm there. Second is Ocean View Nicky. Back in third to Fire the Rocket as they come through the stretch for the mile. It's all Bless Me Father to win this one. Up for second, that is Ocean View Nicky. In for third, Fire the Rocket. Time for the mile, 1:59 and 4. Results of tonight's third qualifier: 1 Fire the Rocket, 3 Dusty Lane Kahlua, 5 3 In Harmony, 6 4 Ocean View Nicky, 2 5 Bless Me Father, your winner, 6 a Rhett Hanover, 4 fractions 30 and 2, the half a minute, 3/5, 3/4 in 1:30 and 4. Time for the mile, 1:59 and 4. Top down, 3 5 6 2 1 4. The horses and drivers are coming out onto the track for tonight's fourth and final non-wagering qualifying event. Number 1 is Starship Glide with driver Harold Shepard. Number 2 is J.J. Patrick with Ricky Armstrong. Number 3, Having Fun in the Sun with Miles Heffernan Sr. There's the 4, Impeccable Shadow with Paul Angel. And the 5, Mr. Riley with Corey McPherson. Tonight's fourth and final non-wagering qualifying event, lining up in behind the starting gate with Starship Glide with Harold Shepard, 2 J.J. Patrick, Ricky Armstrong. Having Fun in the Sun is 3 with Miles Heffernan Sr. Impeccable Shadow, the 4 with Paul Angel. And the outside 5 is Mr. Riley with Corey McPherson. Here they come. They're off and pacing out for the middle for the lead. That's Having Fun in the Sun as they leave the wings, heading into the first turn. Impeccable Shadow driving up in the outside second. Coming away third on the inside, that's Starship Glide. Up in the outside fourth to Mr. Riley. And your early trailer is J.J. Patrick as they race around the turn. They'll go to the backstretch for the first time. Moving to the opening quarter and coming up on the outside, Impeccable Shadow is going to take the lead. as they pass on by the opening quarter. In second, Having Fun in the Sun. Looking at it from third is Starship Glide. Back there in fourth to Mr. Riley. J.J. Patrick, the trailer, 28-3 by the opening quarter, heading into the 3/8 turn for the first time, and it's Impeccable Shadow on top by 2. Having Fun in the Sun is second. Starship Glide going along third. Mr. Riley watches it fourth, and your trailer J.J. Patrick as they come down the stretch. They're in front of us for the first time, passing by the half-mile mark. Impeccable Shadow, your leader. Having Fun in the Sun going along second. Starship Glide is third. Mr. Riley and J.J. Patrick, the trailer, 58-2 by the half. They pass on by the 5/8 and they'll go to the backstretch. Second and final time. Impeccable Shadow, the leader. Tied up now in second. Having Fun in the Sun. Starship's Glides looking to the outside third. Mr. Riley and J.J. Patrick. Down the backstretch they go. They're passing by the 3/4. It's Impeccable Shadow. Having Fun in the Sun. Starship Glide is third. Coming up the inside, Mr. Riley and J.J. Patrick, the trailer. 128-2 by the 3/4. They swing off the 7/8 turn for home, and it's Impeccable Shadow. Here comes Starship Glide up on the outside. Having Fun in the Sun at the rail. Mr. Riley is coming on the outside too. At the line, it's going to be Impeccable Shadow to win it. Up for second, that is Starship Glide, and it is close for 3. Time for the mile, 1:57.1. Results of the fourth and final qualifier: 1 Starship Glide, 2 J.J. Patrick, 5 3 Having Fun in the Sun, 4 Impeccable Shadow, your winner, 5 Mr. Riley, 3 fractions 28-3, the half and 58-2, 3/4 128-2. Time for the mile, 1:57.1. Top down, 2:54.13.
Tom. Post time.
Deep straight now. Shut the camera off.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening and welcome to Red Shores, Charlottetown. A beautiful Thursday evening. It's about 26 degrees here in Charlottetown, so the track condition is fast. Should be an absolutely perfect night for racing. We have a 12-dash program for you tonight. Hi everyone, it's Kurt Hughes here at the HBI broadcast desk. Our feature comes up in race 11. It is the Kent Oaks Memorial, and it's a field of 5. Galway Girl is on the rail. Elm Grove Mistress from post 2. Rosetown Mary is post 3. Sugar Bowl, my top play in that race, from post 4. And Tobin's Brownie rounds out the field of 5. And again, that comes up in the 11th race tonight. But we'll take a little break and we'll send it upstairs to Vance Cameron for all tonight's program and equipment changes. Vance.
Thank you, Kurt, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program. It's event number 10 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 26 degrees Celsius. The temperature at this time in Charlottetown, the track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Quinn. The associate judges, Mr. Gary Devine and Mr. Robbie Shaw. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 2. In the second race, number 5, Pop the Pin, will go from blind to blinkers. Turning over to race number 3. Third race, scratch number 4, Elm Grove Misty. She will not go. Third race, scratch the 4, Elm Grove Misty. Number 6, Kay's Rider, going from blind to blinkers. Turning over to race number 4. In the fourth race, number 1, Listen Linda Lou, will go from an ear hood to ear plugs. Turning over to race number 5, featuring the Super High 5. In the fifth race, scratch number 5, Royale's Alley. She will not go. Race 5, scratch number 5, Royale's Alley. Next change, if you go to race number 8, the 2-horse Woodmere Honeymoon has no line to be announced. She was a judge's scratched at Summerside on the 3rd of June. Turning over to race number 9, tonight's featured. At race number 9, the 3-entry Miss Patty P will go from blind to blinkers. Ninth race of 3, Miss Maddie P from blind to blinkers. And that will wrap up the changes on tonight's 12-race presentation. The Par Mitchell wickets open and selling 26 minutes to post time at 6 o'clock.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem.
It was
Now, back to Race Day Live.
Good evening and welcome back to Race Day Live. I'm your host, Kurt Hughes, here at the HBI broadcast desk. Tonight we have a 12-dash program for you, and if you're just joining us, the weather has been perfect here all day in Charlottetown. It's about 26 degrees, sun shining, so fast track conditions tonight for the 12-race program. And our feature comes up in race 11, and it is the Kent Oaks Memorial. It's a field of 5. Galway Girl and Mark Campbell are on the rail. Elm Grove Mistress has post 2 for David Dowling. Rosetown Mary has post 3 for Corey McPherson. Sugar Bowl from post 4 with Gilles Barrio, and Tobin's Brownie rounds out the field of 5 for Adam Murner. But before we get to our feature tonight, we got to get to the race number 1, which comes up in about 14 minutes. And in race 1, we kick off the Isle Pick 5, and is a $2,000 guarantee pool, low 15% takeout. So let's take a look at our Isle Pick 5 tickets in race number 1. I'm going to go with the 2, Mia. This one, or Maya maybe, is the correct pronunciation of the 2. Adam Murner is the trainer and driver. Brittany Watts of Springvale is the owner. 3-year-old daughter of Stonebridge Terror. Made a brush to the front late in the mile, but ended up fading to 3rd at the wire. Still closed it out 28. Cheap 3rd quarter in that race, and so Maya couldn't overtake the leader, Elm Grove Talia, in that race. But still a really good closer. 58-4 was a mile. Good second prior to that. 56-2, 28-4 final panel. So I like Maya and Adam Murner in race number 1. Over in race 2, going to go with the 1, Cinnamon Swirls. Corey McPherson will drive for trainer Stacy Dara. And this one last raced on May 29th. Had post 7, got away 6 by 13. Ended up rallying to be 2nd. Race timed in 1:58-4. Closing quarter 29-2. Gets some much needed post relief tonight. And so Cinnamon Swirl is my top play in race 2. Over in race 3, going to go with the 6, Kay's Rider, making a bridle change, going from blind to Bleakers. Trainer driver Todd Walsh, he's in the seat. Post 6, going to move into post 5. Elm Grove Misty is scratched out of that 3rd race, so the 4 is scratched. So Kay's Rider getting a little help in post position there. Going to move in 1 spot to post 5. And so I'm going to put Kay's Rider on top of the ticket. Pretty nice effort. 2 starts back, 58-1, and the start prior to that, again, another trip in 58-1, and taking a big class drop, I think, down to our bottom condition out of that tough winners of 3, not more than 6 races life. So we're going to put her on top in race 3. Over in race 4, we're going to go with the 3 Ooh Jewels. Donnie McNeil is the owner, breeder, trainer, and driver, and this one had a real good qualifier in 58-3, finishing 2nd in behind Never Shway Never. And so we're going to put the 3 on top in race 4, and then we're going to close it out in race 5 with the number 3, Freaky Fanny, who just jogged in that PEI Colt State Graduate Division on May 29th here in Charlottetown. Romping on the front from post 2, winning by 7 lengths, and 56-1 for trainer driver Darren Crow. Closing quarter 28-3, so we like the 3 in the final leg. We have a scratch in that final leg of the Isle Pick 5. Royas Alley will not go from post 5. So keep that in mind as you make your selections in our Isle Pick 5. We are about 11 away from race 1, so good luck with your picks as we move forward through the card. There's a look at the selections for the upcoming first race. I'm going with a 264 post time picks. It's Peter McPhee. Looks at 263. Classifier's choice is 632. And just a reminder, we kick off the aisle pick 5 in race number 1. Low 15% takeout, guarantee pool of $2,000. We also have a late pick 4, guarantee pool of $1,000, and the 2 super high fives coming up in races 5 and 12. We're about 7 away from race 1. The 2, nice price right now on the board at 7-2.
The first race pacers and their drivers are on the track for Post Parade. Redland Peaches, number 1, owned by Josh McDonald, Gordon Coles, and Ingham Jenkins. Darren Crow trains and drives. Number 2, Maya, is owned by Brittany Watts of Springvale, trained and driven by Adam Murner. 3, Sensational Gal, owned by J.D. Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, Norris Rogers. 4, Woodmere Kennedy, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell drives. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You, 5, owned by Heather Sheen of Summerside, trained by Brendan Mullen, Gilles Barrio up. Tall Dark Latte, number 6, owned by Redland Farms, Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee. 7, Sahara Sunshine, owned by Claire Murphy, Daryl Murphy, and Cindy McLean, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Dowling. 4 minutes to post time. You're watching Race Day from Charlottetown, PEI. Kurt Hughes has the aisle pick 5 and his top selections coming up next.
Okay, it's aisle pick 5 time here in Charlottetown. Low 15% takeout and a guarantee pool of $2,000. And I'm going with the 2 in here. Maya, Adam Murner, the trainer and driver, batting 366 this year as a trainer. Brittany Watts of Springvale is the owner, 3-year-old daughter of Stonebridge Terror. 3 for 6 in the top 3 so far this year, 4 for 6 in the top 3 last year, and her last 2 starts have been really impressive, especially 2 starts back. Head post 2, identical post to tonight, and got away in the 3-hole, rallied to be only beaten a length and 3/4 at the wire after spotting them, almost 7 lengths at the quarter. Race timed in 56 and 2, and closed it out on that day 28 and 4. Had a real good closer last week as well, 28 seconds, but actually lost 2 positions in the stretch, because that third quarter in that race, if you can look at the fractions, half 59 and 3, third quarter there down to the 3/4 and 130 and 4, and so they smoked home. And Maya, unfortunately, on the outside, actually lost a couple positions, but it was a real gutsy effort first up on that day for Adam Murner. So post 2 here again tonight, going to get a much better trip, and I don't think there'll be too soft fractions in here anyway, so I'm going to put her on top of the ticket. I like her price right now, 5-1 currently. Tall Dark Latte was in that race as well the other day, and head post 2 on that day. Got away third, and they made that move late in the mile. And take a look at that last quarter, 27 and 1. Tall Dark Latte got the deuce. Race timed in 58 and 3. Tom Weatherby trains, Brody McPhee in the driver's seat, and Redland Farms is the owner of this 3-year-old daughter by Tall Dark Stranger. She was a pocket sitting winner 2 starts back in 56 flat, 28 and 4 closing quarter, and that is her record. And so she's been really firing on all cylinders since returning to action here in 2025. I'm just going with the 2 because she's out there in post 6. Not sure what kind of trip she's going to get, but this filly does have a license to win this race for sure, and nice price on her as well right now. 3-1 currently on the 6 Tall Dark Latte. Getting close to post time here in race 1. I'm going to go with the 4, Woodmere Kennedy for third. Was third 2 starts back, 56 and 4 for Campbell, 28 and 4 final panel. Last time out came first up off a half, 58 and 2. They went the mile in 56 and 1, and so she lost lengths finishing, but was race time 58 and 4. We'll see what kind of trip Campbell can work out for Woodmere Kennedy tonight, but from post 4, mid-pack, I think she could hit the ticket. So I'm at 2-6-4. Good luck with your selections here in race 1. Race 1 starters lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Let's go upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Redland Peaches, Maya, Sensational Gal, Woodmere Kennedy. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You, Tall Dark Latte, and Sahara Sunshine. Top of the stretch. First race approaching a start. Up and facing Beauty start to get it underway on this Thursday night. Redland Peaches along the rail, the leader around the turn. But they're coming after, and they're out there 4, 5, maybe 6 wide. Here at the 8th pole, Redland Peaches, the leader. Sensational Gal second, away wide. Sahara Sunshine is coming third. Fourth up the rail, Maya. Then in fifth, that's I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You. Woodmere Kennedy sixth, followed by the trailer. Tall Dark Latte is seventh on by the opening quarter, and here is Sahara Sunshine for David Dowling to take over the lead. 28 and 2 was the front quarter. Second now is Redland Peaches, and Crow says it might be given go time here in the front end as they swing off the turn and come towards the half mile. Redland Peaches reclaiming the lead. The long shot leader at the midway point. Here is Sensational Gal up to challenge third. Sahara Sunshine. Maya second over fourth. Fifth on the outside. I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You. Then in sixth, Woodmere Kennedy on the outside. That's Tall Dark Latte. The post-time favorite trails at 5/8, led by Redland Peaches. Sensational Gal right alongside the leader. Maya's coming up third. I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You. Picks up fourth. Then in fifth, Tall Dark Latte. Woodmere Kennedy sixth. Sahara Sunshine backed right through them in here. 57 and 2 was the half. 1:26 and 4 was the three quarters. Eighth of a mile out. Redland Peaches still there. Sensational Gal on the outside second. I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You third. Maya fourth. Tall Dark Latte fifth. On the wire they come next. And Redland Peaches opens it up for Darren Crow. Sensational Gal looks to hell second with a closing Tall Dark Latte third. And what a trip to open it up. 1:55. 2.
Trainer driver Darren Crow with the game face on here in race one. Redland Peaches at long odds had the rail, and she used it to her advantage. She cut the mile early, 28 and 4. A little give and go with Sahara Sunshine and Dowling back to the front. Big half, 57 and 2. Three quarters, 126 and 4. And she's under wraps finishing the mile here. She jiggy jogged here in race one. Time of the mile, 1:55 and 2, lowering her personal best by a full 2 seconds. What an incredible effort here from Redland Peaches in the opener. She shocks them at 24:30 on the nose.
Redland Peaches going to the first race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare 4 by McWicked off the Captain Treacherous Dam, Alexander Valley. Owned by Josh McDonald, Gordon Coles, and Ingham Jenkins. Bred by Arnold Hagan of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Darren Crow trains and drives, and the mare's never been better than she was tonight here in Charlottetown, pacing to a new race win record of 155-2. Redland Peaches in the Thursday night opener at Charlottetown.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results from the first race. Redland Peaches the winner. Maya fifth. Sensational Gal second. Woodmere Kennedy sixth. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You fourth. Tall Dark Latte finished third. Sahara Sunshine was seventh. Fractions 28-2. 57-2. 126-4. And the Mild in 155-2. In review, it's 152. 6437. Redland Peaches 2430 to win. The exactor 229.90. The triactor honored the ticket 1-3 all at 290.50. And there is a superfecta carryover.
HPI PEI customers and players across the country who wager $25 or more per card at Red Shores Charlottetown during the month of June will receive a ballot for a chance to win $500 rebate. Sign up for free at HPIBet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores.
Cinnamon Swirls on the second race parade, owned by Stacey Dara Stratford, Muriel McLeod of St. Charles, trained by Stacey Dara. Corey McPherson is driving, and Lillian, who named Cinnamon Swirls, couldn't make it to the track tonight. She's a little under the weather, so she's watching online. Ponnell Bay Colleen wears 2, owned by Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee. All Over Town 3, owned by Donald Bishop, Bruce McDonald, Chris Stickey. Adam Murner training and driving. Touch the Fire 4, owned by the Sweet Crude Stables of Little Pond and Derek Cook of Stanhope. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Pop the Pin 5, owned by David McDonald of Belfast, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 4 minutes to post time. Back down to Kurt Hughes with the details on the Gold Cup and Saucer grandstand seats.
The 2025 Gold Cup and Saucer grandstand seats go on sale Wednesday, July 2nd, and tickets are $65 each and includes a race program, food service in the 1888 lounge, wagering voucher, and prize draws. To purchase tickets, call the Eastlink Center box office at 902-629-6625 or visit eastlinkcenterpei.com, and price does not include admission to the grounds. Okay, race 2 starters on track. Just one change in this race. The 5 popped the pin, going from blind to blinkers. So bridle change on the 5 popped the pin, going from blind to blinkers. But I'm going on to the inside. I'm picking Cinnamon Swirls to get the win in this one. Stacey Dara is the co-owner along with Muriel McLeod, and Stacey's also the trainer. Corey McPherson in the driver's seat. I just like that start last time out. Had post 7, spotted them 13 lengths at the quarter. Ended up rallying to finish second. Race timed in 58-4, 29-2 closing quarter. A good start prior to that in Summerside in a PEI Cold Stake. Grassroots finishing second by a length in 2 minutes flat. So off those last 2 lines with the rail here tonight, I think she's going to be really tough to beat. 1-9 currently on the board. And there's a good look at All Over Town and the 3, Adam Murner, trainer and driver, Donald Bishop, Bruce McDonald, and Chris Stricky are the owners, and this one had the front end last time out on May 29th. Had post 4, got to the front, big half, 58-2. Got a little tired getting home, ended up third, beating 6.5 lengths. Race timed at 59 flat. Had a good looking qualifier there in 2 minutes, 28 flat final panel. And so if All Over Town does make it back to the front here tonight, I'm betting Murner taps the brakes and gets a little softer half in that one. And if he does, this one could go all the way. 3-year-old daughter by Arthur Blue Chip, currently 4-1. And if you're playing the try, here's a good option. Pownell Bay, Colleen, and Brony McPhee out of the Tom Weatherby stable. Ian Smith is the owner breeder. This one made a break from the rail last time out, but had a good fourth prior to that in Summerside 201 and 1. And then back here in Charlottetown on May 15th, had post 5, got away third. Made a move late in the mile, ended up fourth. Race time to 2 minutes 4/5. Closing quarter 29 flat. So again, another good option in here for exactor and triactor players. Pownell Bay, Colleen 10-1. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion for race 2. Maiden Filly Mares on gate. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Cinnamon Swirls. Pownell Bay Colleen all over town. Touch the fire and pop the pin. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. Up and pacing all over town, the first one out. Pownell Bay Colleen into the turn second. Cinnamon Swirls goes third. Pop the pin from the outside fourth. Then the trailer, that is Touch the Fire as they arrive at the 8th pole. And on the outside, all over town with Adam Murner, they're headed to the lead. Pownell Bay Colleen goes second. Large gap to the post-time favorite third. That's Cinnamon Swirls. And fourth, along that inside is Pop the Pin, followed by the trailer fifth. Touch the Fire. They're on by the first quarter mile. And all over town is now the fraction center off a 30. And one opening quarter. Right on her back second is Pownell Bay Colleen. Closed up now third. That's Cinnamon Swirls. Fourth is Pop the Pin. Touch the Fire. Trailing fifth, down the stretch they come. Arriving next at the opening half mile with all over town, the midway point leader with Murner. Pownell Bay Colleen is now 2 off that leader. Racing from third, Cinnamon Swirls. Fourth is Pop the Pin. Touch the Fire fifth. They're at the half mile in 1:01. Just 30-4 in the second quarter. And this compact field of 5 arriving at the 5/8 led by all over town. Pownell Bay Colleen is second. Cinnamon Swirls edging out from third. Fourth, that is Pop the Pin. Trailing fifth, Touch the Fire. Here comes the 3/4. Tempo starting to pick up. On the front end, it's all over town. The leader by almost 2. 3/4 in 1. 31 flat. They went 30 seconds flat in the third. 1/8 of a mile left to go. All over town, Pownell Bay Colleen, Cinnamon Swirls third. Down the stretch they come. All over town, looking to see it through. Pownell Bay Colleen coming on the outside, on the wire next. Pownell Bay Colleen and all over town. They land on the line together. It's picture time. 1:59.3.
Well, that's a tight photo. I think Murner may have hung on, but we'll wait to see the results of the photo. Pownell Bay Colleen, big trip from her. She's at 2. in here following Murner and the 3 All Over Town. I talked about this filly in the pre-race. If Murner could get some a little better fractions than he got last week, 28-2, 58-2, they were a little hot for her first start back. Tonight, 30-1, half 101, 3/4 131 flat. They kicked home in 28-3, and they're going to land on the line together. The 3 on the inside, All Over Town. The 2 Pownal Bay Colleen on the outside. And they don't have it posted yet, so we'll wait to see the results of the photo. But what a great stretch drive here in race 2.
Well, I mentioned they landed on the line together, and did they ever? 2 Pownal Bay Colleen and 3 All Over Town. They're winners in a dead heat tonight here in Charlottetown. 2 and 3 first in the dead heat. Here's All Over Town in the second race winner's circle, by facing filly 3 by Arthur Bluchev from the Western Ideal Dam City Girl Hanover, owned by Donald Bishop, Bruce McDonald, and Chris Strictly. Bred by Andrew Mustard of Elmwood, New Brunswick. Out of Murder Training and Driving, 159-3, maiden record All Over Town. And here comes the co-winner of the second, Pownal Bay Colleen, pacing Black Filly 3 by Sunshine Beach, off the Better Than Cheddar Dam, Better Than Bobby, a homebred of Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tommy Weatherby. Brody McPhee picks up the winning drive. Maiden record on the filly, 159-3. Pownal Bay Colleen, All Over Town in the dead heat in the second.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results in the second race, Cinnamon Swirls third, Puddle Bay Colleen first in the dead heat. All Over Town first in the dead heat. Touch the Fire fifth, Pop the Pin fourth, fractions of 30 and 1, 101. 131, the Mild and 159 and 3. In review, it's 3, 1 dead heat, 5-4. Puddle Bay Colleen 640 to win, All Over Town 450 to win. 2-3 Exactor 2310, the 3-2 paid 1330. 231 Triactor 4970, the 321 at 2240. 2315 Super at 1263, the 3215 at 525. Daily Double 1 and 2 at 9580, the 1-3 paid 7030. Third race on parade, Catch a Few Rays, number 1, owned by Carson Wilkie and Lowell Parkman of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, Ryan Ross drives. 2 is MD's Girl, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson, trained by Keith Ford, Miles Heffernan Sr. drives. 3, J.J. Kinley, owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown, Vaughn Doyle trains and drives. 4, Elm Grove Misty is Scratch. 5, Outrageous Song, owned by Shirley Weeks of Fredericton, trained by Jackie Matheson, Gilberto. K's Rider 6, owned by Todd Walsh, Lance Jones, Sean McAdam, and Donnie McFadgen. Todd Walsh training and driving. 5 minutes to post time. The Cecil Ladner Memorial is set for this Saturday at Red Shores, Charlottetown. And Kurt, we have 2 divisions of the Ladner this year.
Yeah, it should be great on Saturday night. They come up in races 12 and 14, 2 divisions of the Cecil Ladner Memorial. Purses for both races, $9,000. In race 12, we have a field of 6. Island Beach Boy on the rail, Salzbrook Ian 2, Roll'em 3, Roll with Hottie Toddy 4, Windblown 5, and Blood Money rounds out the field of 6 in race 12, and that will go to post around 9:18 p.m. And then in race 14, we have the second division of the Ladner, and Tony Tootal has the rail in that division. Jackie's Boy 2, B2B 3, High Voltage Deo is post 4. Marigo Magic had a big win last week, has post 5. Twinbee Tough Enough post 6, and Bounty Hunter rounds out the field of 7 in race 14, and that race should go around 9:54 p.m. It's a part of a 15-dash program on Saturday night, so hope you can join us for that big card and the Cecil Ladner Memorial. And the first race post on Saturday is 6 p.m. Okay, out to the track we go for race 3. Scratch down to a field of 5. The 4 Elm Grove Misty will not go, so we're scratched down to a field of 5. My Top Play gets a little help in that department. Moving into post 5 now with the scratch of the 4. K's Rider, owned by Todd Walsh, Lance Jones, Sean McAdam, and Donnie McFadgen. Todd's the trainer and driver. He will drive tonight, and he's making a bridle change on this 6-year-old mare by Sports Rider. He's going from blind to blinkers. You can see the red and black blinkers on her head there, and so hopefully it makes a difference. She shows pretty nice trips to start out the year at the winners of 3, not more than 6 races. Back-to-back miles in 58 and 1, and they did post 7 last week again in that really tough division of winners of 3, not more than 6 races. That's one of our tougher overnight classes here at Red Shores, and this mare from the outside just couldn't get into the mile last week. Still closed it out 28 and 2 for a mile at 2 minutes 4/5. Dips into this now. Winners of 4:01 last 4, so I think she is the one to beat out there. She's wearing 6, but she's going to leave out of the 5 spot in here. So we like her on top, 9-2. Other one taking a little dip is the 5, Outrageous Song. Shirley Weeks is the owner, Jackie Matheson the trainer, Gilles Barrio will drive. Last time out had post 7 in the numbers of 7:01. Got away 7th and didn't make up any ground. Couldn't improve position, ended up 7th, 2:02 and 1 was her race time on that day. If you look at her lines from last year, though, 5 wins from 28 starts. How about her record? 55 and 2, so she does have a lot of speed. So far this year, though, off that one start, maybe it was a good tightener, and we'll see her bounce back with a big effort here tonight because she does have a lot of speed. And out there with post 5 moving into post 4, she has a good closing kick, so in this compact field of 5, she could definitely pick up the win, and currently getting all the attention on the board at 1-4. Catch a few rays with the pole position this week. Had post 6 last week. Ended up getting away 5th. Ended up 4th at the wire, 2:01 at this level. Ryan Darash was in the seat. He's in the seat again this week for trainer Kenny Wilkie and owner Carson Wilkie and Lowell Parkman. They share ownership on this 9-year-old mare by Sunshine Beach. Still looking for win number 1 this year and has a good starting spot tonight to duel this crowd. And in this compact field of 5, I'm betting she gets a spot right up close to the engine with Ryan in the seat. And so we're going to put her in for 3rd at 6-5-1 in here. Good luck with your selections. The field 4, race 3, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Catch a few rays, MD's Girl, JJ Kinley, Outrageous Song, and Case Rider. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Outrageous Song is leaving out. Catch a few rays at the rail. MD's Girl, the 3rd one to make the turn to get away 4th. Cage Rider, and then the trailer. That'll be J.J. Kinley. They're at the 8th pole, and the post-time favorite is on the engine. That's Outrageous Song for Gilles Barrio. Away 2nd is Catch a Few Rays. Then in 3rd, that's MD's Girl. 4th on the cones is Cage Rider, and a gapped-out trailer in 5th. That is J.J. Kinley. Passing on the front quarter mile, the leader at that station, Outrageous Song, in 28 and 3. Tracking 2nd, that's Catch a Few Rays. Around the turn 3rd, MD's Girl. 4th is Cage Rider. And trailing 5th, J.J. Kinley. Straight alignment, the compact field of 5 approaches the half. Led by Outrageous Song. 2-hole ride to Catch a Few Rays. MD's Girl third. Kay's Rider is tipping out from fourth. And J.J. Kinley is fifth. They were halfway home in 58 and 2. Midway round the paddock turn, approaching 5/8, led by Outrageous Song. Catch a Few Rays getting that textbook 2-hole ride. Kay's Rider, she picks up third on the outside. MD's Girl riding the rail fourth, and J.J. Kinley fifth at 3/4 coming next. An Outrageous Song getting them there by almost 2 lengths. Catch a Few Rays second. Kay's Rider on the outside third. 3/4 and 1, 27 and 4. With an 8 left to go, it's all Outrageous Song by 3. Catch a Few Rays hanging second at the rail. On the outside, Kay's Rider third, but Outrageous Song makes it look easy for Berrio. Second is Catch a Few Rays, and Kay's Rider will finish third. Time for the mile in 1:57 and a 1.
Well, she followed the car right out of there tonight. Berrio and Outrageous Song right to the front. They crossed over before the first turn. 28 and 3 up to the quarter half. 58 and 2. 3/4, 127 and 4. She headed her own way here tonight, and she jogs down the stretch here by open lengths in 157 and 1. Big effort from Outrageous Song here in race 3. Catch a Few Rays. The pockets that are going to hang around for the deuce, and Kay's Rider and Todd Walsh, they came first up here tonight, but flattened out in the final panel, so they're going to have to settle for the show dough. 5-1-6 unofficially here in race 3.
Outrageous Song in the third race winner's circle, by facing mare, the 7-year-old daughter of Sports Rider from the Cami Best Dam, Outrageous Storm, owned by Shirley Weeks of Fredericton. Bred by Paul Holmes of Warren Grove, trained by Jackie Matheson, and Gil Berrio will guide the mare to her 20th lifetime victory on this night, the mile 157 and 1. Outrageous Song in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results in the third race. Catch a Few Rays second, MD's Girl fifth, J.J. Kinley fourth. Elm Grove Misty was scratch. Outrageous Song, the race winner. Kay's Rider third. They went fractions of 28 and 3, 58 and 2. 127-4, and the mile 157-1. From the top, your program reads 254, scratch 13. Outrageous Song paid 230. The Exactor 480, Triactor 910, Superfecta 333.
Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI rewards for PEI customers this spring and summer meet. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points. You can convert those points to cash or earn points for other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HBIBet.com and the new HBI rewards program for PEI.
Maiden Pacers for the fourth race post parade. Number 1 is Listen Linda Lou. Owned and trained by Carson Wilkie of Stratford out of Murner Drives. You Are My Moonlight, number 2, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson, trained by Keith Ford, Miles Heffernan. Jules wears number 3, Donnie McNeil Cornwall, the owner, trainer, and the driver. Shadow Princess 4, owned by Redland Farms, Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trainer, driver, Paul Angel. Five is Sour Puss Sarah, owned by Ryan and Roy Doucette of South Rustico. Ryan does the training. Kenny Murphy does the driving at 5 minutes to post time. Just a friendly reminder for the customers, Red Shore Super High 5 comes up in race 5 and 12 tonight.
Maiden filly mares on track for race 4. It's a field of 5. There's my top play, the 300 Jules, 4-year-old mare by Peng Shui, owned by Donnie McNeil of Cornwall. He's also the breeder, trainer, and driver. He does it all. And this one had a real good qualifier back on May 29th. Had post 2, finished second to Never Sway. Never race timed in 58 and 3, 29 and 4. Final panel, and looking over the card in this one, the lines on the other horses, none of them show miles in 58. So if she can duplicate that mile here tonight, she could find herself in the winner's circle for the first time. The 3 right now at 7-5. The most experienced of this group, listen, Linda Lou, making start number 13 of her career. Four-year-old mare by State Treasurer. Carson Wilkie of Stratford is the owner and trainer. Adam Murner in the driver's seat. He was in the seat 2 starts back. They had post 6, got away 6 by 7.5. Ended up only beating a length at the wire, finishing third in 2 minutes 3/5. Closing quarter on that day, 28 and 2. Had post 2 last week. Dowling in the seat, had the 2 hold, ended up fading to 4th, race time to 59 and 1. So we'll see how they do here from post 1, but definitely deserves attention on the rail. Adam Murner in the seat. Listen, Linda Lou at 2-1. Paul Angel trains and drives the 4, Shadow Princess, owned by Redland Farms of Bible Hill. He's also the breeder. A 3-year-old daughter by Shadow Play, making her 4th lifetime start. And this year, so far, a good third. Last time out, 201 and 1. Second prior to that, 201 and 2. And third in her first start, 202 and 1. So she's 3 for 3 in the top 3 to start her career, and so we'll see how they do from post 4, but I think that trend continues tonight. I like her for third on my ticket. I'm at 3-1-4, 9-5 currently on the 4, Shadow Princess. Maiden filly mares lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time for the 4th. Up to Vance Cameron for the race call.
Maiden Pacers, listen, Linda Lou. You are my moonlight. Oh, oh, Jules. Shadow Princess and Sourpuss Sarah. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing You Are My Moonlight, leaving out but on the run. Going off stride was You Are My Moonlight. To inherit the lead now, listen, Linda Lou. Quickly by 4. You Are My Moonlight has confused the backfield here in the early going. Moving into second is Oh, Jules. Now third. That is Shadow Princess. Fourth is Sourpuss Sarah. And the trailer, that is You Are My Moonlight. Just a compact field of 5, but they got strung out in the early going. All alone on the lead. Listen, Linda Lou for Adam Murner. Second is Oh, Jules. Then in third, Shadow Princess. Sourpuss Sarah, she jumps it off in fourth. And the trailer, that's You Are My Moonlight. 29-1 was the quarter. They're en route now to the half mile. And the leader, listen, Linda Lou by 2. Oh, Jules goes second. Up with the leader's third. Shadow Princess back to fourth. That's Sourpuss Sarah, and off stride at the back. You Are My Moonlight. They were halfway home in 58 until Maiden Pacers rolling along consecutive 29-1 splits as they swing by the 5/8 the leader. Listen, Linda Lou. Oh, Jules is there second. Third at the rail, Shadow Princess. Sourpuss Sarah fourth. You Are My Moonlight, the trailer fifth. They're at 3/4. Listen, Linda Lou is the leader. Here's Oh, Jules now. Sent to the outside. Shadow Princess not far away third. 3/4 in 1. 28-3, and they're homeward bound now. Listen, Linda Lou trying to see it through. Oh, Jules, Shadow Princess coming up the inside on the wire next. Here is Shadow Princess for Paul Angel. Listen, Linda Lou was second. Oh, Jules is third in 158-2.
Okay, Adam Murner series in race 4 with Listen Linda Lou off the rail as they just straighten up the backstretch heading to the quarter. He pulled the earplugs and had Listen Linda Lou fired up. 29-1 half, 58-2, 3/4, 128-3. Listen Linda Lou and Murner still leading it. Halfway down the stretch though, Shadow Princess, great drive by Langell here. Patiently waiting in the 3-hole. He's going to keep scooting up the cones and up the pass lane he goes to get up for the win. 158-2. A real good-looking maiden breaking score there for Shadow's Princess up the inside for Langell. So it is a 4, a 1, 3 unofficially here in race 4.
Shadow Princess in the fourth race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Filly 3. The daughter of Shadow Play is off the Mach 3 dam. Mockingbird Princess, a homebred of Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trained and driven to victory by Paul Angel, and she has a maiden record of 158 and 2. Shadow Princess in the fourth. Now the official results in race 4. Listen, Linda Lou was second. You Are My Moonlight fifth. Jules finished third. Shadow Princess, the race winner. Sourpuss Sarah fourth. Fractions 29 and 1. 58 and 2. 128 and 3. The mile 158 and 2. From the top, your program reads 25314. Shadow Princess, $6 to win. Exactor 1030. Triactor 1880. Superfecta 338.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
We've got a birthday going on this Thursday night at Charlottetown. Ryan McLaughlin. It's happy birthday from the Jen Doyle stables.
The 57th edition of the Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge and featuring a purse of $50,000, is scheduled for Saturday, July 19th at Red Shores, Summerside. A special reminder for fans and customers, post time for the Governor's Plate program is 4 p.m., and you can get more details on Summerside's big racing week by visiting Redshores.ca.
Race 5 on the track for the post parade. Havarti number 1, owned by Chantel Langell of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Langell. Shelley Spirit number 2, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith trains and drives. Freaky Fanny number 3, owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond, Darren Crow training and driving. Southern Heart 4 is owned by Amber Campbell of Airdrie, Alberta, and Jackie Cooper of Stratford, trained by Ronnie Matheson. Corey McPherson drives. 5, Royals Alley is scratch. Number 6 is Salisbrook Annie, owned by Mike Arnold of Alberta and Amy Lockie of Montague, trained by Mike Dowling. David Dowling's in the sulky. Stone Beach Lily number 7, owned by Colin and Morgan Shepherd of Brackley. Morgan's the trainer, Colin's the driver. 5 minutes to post time. Kurt, you and I are coming up with our selections here in the first Super High 5 on this beautiful Thursday night at the driving park. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. Number 3, Freaky Fanny, had a big-time effort here her last start, Kurt, when the PEI Colt Stakes, should say, was a winner by 7 and 56 and 1. She looks like the overwhelming choice in this Super High 5. From my point of view, I got her on top. I'm going to go to the Mike Dowling trainee, Salisbrook Annie, to get the deuce in here. I'll use 2 Shelley Spirit with Bim Ford for third, 1 Havarti fourth, and use the 4 Southern Heart for 5th. 3, 6, 2, 1, 4. That's my Super High 5. Kurt, yours.
Yeah, Crow's horse has been great. Redland Peach is there in the opener, new record as well. So Freaky Fanny, my top play as well in this race. I like the 3. I'm going to go right next door to Shelley Spirit and Ford for second. Havarti on the rail off that win. Hopefully that gives her a little confidence and she bounces back off that trip in 2 minutes, 1/5 for Langell. He's just coming off a win in the last race, so I like her on the rail for third. Then I'm going to go out to Salisbrook Annie for fourth. I'm going to throw in Stone Beach Lily and Colin Shepherd on the outside of the gate for fifth. So I'm at 3, 2, 1, 6, 7. Vance Cameron looks at 3, 6, 2, a 1, 4. So good luck with your selections here in race 5 if you're playing along with the Super High 5 here in Charlottetown. Race 5 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's super high 5 time here in Charlottetown. Up to Vance Cameron for the race call.
Havarti, Shelley Spirit, Freaky Fanny, Southern Heart, Salisbury Annie, and Stone Beach Lily, top of the stretch. Fifth race, Super High 5, ready for a start. The rough and pacing, Freaky Fanny, Shelley Spirit, and Havarti leaving out. Southern Heart fourth. Fifth is Salisbury Annie. Then it'll be Stone Beach Lily to trail as they round the turn, arrive at the eighth pole, guarding the cones. Havarti and Paul Langell out in front. Shelley Spirit is second. Freaky Fanny gonna keep coming on the outside third. Southern Heart's away fourth. Then in fifth it's Salisbury Annie, trailing sixth. Stone Beach Lily. They arrive at the quarter. Have already got him there. Now here is Freaky Fanny. That 1-9 Chalk and Crow take over the lead off at 29 seconds. Opener. Second is Havarti. Shelley Spirit third. Southern Heart fourth. Salisbury Annie fifth. Trailing sixth. Stone Beach Lily down the stretch, arriving at the half mile, led by Freaky Fanny and Darren Crow. They're halfway home. Havarti is second, moving on the outside third. That is Salisbury Annie underway. Shelley Spirit fourth. Southern Heart fifth on the outside sixth. Stone Beach Lily 58 and 3 was the half. Arriving at 5-8, Freaky Fanny the leader. Salisbury Annie picks up second on the outside. Havarti at the rail third. Fourth on the outside is Stone Beach Lily. Then in fifth, that's Shelley Spirit. The trailer, Southern Heart. They're at 3/4. Freaky Fanny getting them there by almost 2. Salisbury Annie on the outside second. Third is Havarti. 3/4 tripped into 1. 28 and 3, and they're homeward bound. Freaky Fanny by 3. Second, towards the rail, Havarti. Salisbury Annie third, Shelley Spirit, but it's Freaky Fanny and the Darren Crow double. Up the inside, that's Shelley Spirit second. Tight for third, 1:57 flat.
Tight photo for show. I think I got the super high 5 in here. Wow, what a race in race 5. Freaky Fanny, as expected. Crow took his time early, let the dust settle, and made his move to the front. Quarter 29, half 58 and 3. 3/4 128 and 3. Salisbury Annie and Dallin coming first up here tonight. They faded in the final panel, but Freaky Fanny, absolute jogburger again this week. 157 is the mile as she goes back to back. The 2 up the inside is second, Shelley Spirit. Havarti third. The 6, Salisbury Annie fourth. And Stone Beach Lily rounds out the super high 5 here at Red Shores in race 5. We'll see Freaky Fanny and Crow in the winner's circle next.
Freaky Fanny in the fifth race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mirror 4 by Arch Peak from the Shadow Play Dam. Silver Hill Bunna owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond. Bred by Lee Gavin of Tignish. Darren Crow. He gets the trainer driver double tonight here in Charlottetown. The miles in 157. Freaky Fanny delivers in the Super High Five.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2025 Stallion lineup, featuring some of the top pacing and trotting sires in Atlantic Canada. This year's roster includes Malicious, Keystone Velocity, Muscle Through It, Somewhere Fancy, and Carouser. A special shout out to Malicious, the proven champion sire, whose offspring have earned over $4.3 million and continue to dominate tracks across the Maritimes. Plus, Somewhere Fancy's first crop is set to hit the track in 2025, and the excitement is just getting started. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results from race number 5. Have Artie third. Shelley Spirit was second. Freaky Fanny, the race winner. Southern Heart, sixth. Rayaz Ali was scratched. Salzbrook Annie, fourth. Stone Beach Lily, fifth. Fractions went 29, 58, and 3. 128 and 3. And the mile 157. In review, 3, 2, 1. 6 scratched. 4, 5. Freaky Fanny paid 210. The Kurt Hughes Exactor was 820. The Kurt Hughes Triactor was 2620. And the Kurt Hughes Super High Five was 929.
Red Shores is proud to present HBI PEI players an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Woodbine Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HBI bet points. Sign up for free at hbibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HBI Bet and Red Shores.
Steady Heart on the sixth race post parade, owned by Bo Ford. Arnold Myers, Luke Beck, and Scott Bridges. Bo is the trainer. Mark Campbell drives. Irie number 2 owned by David Mercer. Keith McDougall and the estate of Kenneth McDougall. Tommy Weatherby trains Brody McPhee up. All About the Bet number 3, owned by Megan Sweet of Orwell, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet driving. Southwind Ricochet number 4, owned by Tom Clark, Eldred Nicholson, Ross Clark, and Quinton Bevan, trained by Ron Matheson, driven by Gilberto. Woodmere Lizzie 5, owned by John McGilvery of Charlottetown and Jackie Cooper of Stratford, trained by David O'Brien, Corey McPherson aboard. 5 minutes to post time. The greatest show in harness racing, the Gold Cup and Saucer, is scheduled for Saturday, August 16th, and proudly presented by Atlantic Lottery.
PEI is a special place with a special race, the Gold Cup and Saucer, the greatest show in harness racing. This year, we celebrate the 66th edition of Canada's most prestigious race on a half-mile track.
18 and Tyler Moore in the Gold Cup and Saucer. It's Gimbal and Paul McDonald. Gimbal wins the Gold Cup and Saucer. Art Shark, Scott Giron in the Gold Cup and Saucer.
Join us this August on Prince Edward Island for the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Big race will be here before you know it. As we work on race 6, the starters are on track. I like the one in here, Steady Heart, 3-year-old daughter by Sunfire Blue Chip, Bo Ford. He is the trainer and co-owner along with Arnold Myers, Luke Beck, and Scott Bridges. This is out of his old mare that he used to race in the top class mares, Pretty and Dangerous. She had a real good win last time out in the PEI Colt Stake at Summerside. Race timed at 58 and 4, and that is her record. She had the rail on that day, little give and go early. I got back to the front for burial and went the rest of the way on top. Mark Campbell picks up the live catch drive from post 1. We might see a similar trip here tonight. Steady Heart, currently the chalk at 2-5. Gilberto in the driver's seat on number 4, Southwind Ricochet. Tom Clark, Eldred Nicholson, Ross Clark, and Quinton Bevan. They all share ownership on this 3-year-old daughter by Better's Delight out of the Ron Matheson stable. She was a winner 4 starts back, 59 and 4. Followed it up with a close second the very next week, and then she's been getting faster and faster every week. 59, 2 back, and then last time out, a nice mile of 158 flat, finishing 4th. And against a real good group last time out. So Southwind Ricochet from post 4. She's got good early speed. And off those last few miles, I'm going to put her in there for second on my ticket. Currently 2-1. Only one top 3 finish this year from 4 tries. It's the 3 All About the Bet. Brady Sweet will drive for Jeff Holmes. Megan Sweet of Orwell is the owner. But if you take a look down her lines, pretty nice closing quarters. 29 and 3 last week, 28 and 2 the week prior to that, and 28 and 3 in her first start back. And so off this last effort there, 58 and 3 race time. She's a real good starting spot here, right in the middle of the gate in this compact field of 5. I think she's going to get a nice tidy trip along the rail up close, sitting in the top 3, and so I'm going to put her in there for third on my ticket. I'm at 1-4-3. If you like her, she's at 8-1 on the board. Okay, the field for race 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Steady Heart, Irie, all about the bet. Southwind Ricochet and Woodmere Lizzie. It's the 6th race on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and pacing. Woodmere Lizzie leaves out from the outside. Southwind Ricochet. Irie along the rail. Steady Heart. Then all about the bet will be the trailer as they race around the turn, arriving at the opening gate. And Woodmere Lizzie on the lead here with Corey McPherson. Second is Southwind Ricochet. All alone in third, Steady Heart. Back into fourth is Irie, and trailing the field. All about the bet is fifth on by the first quarter mile. Woodmere Lizzie out in front by 2. Racing from second. Around the turn is Southwind Ricochet. 28 and 1. Solid opening quarter here. Steady Heart watches in mid-pack third. Irie goes fourth. All about the bet is the trailer. Straight alignment in front of the stands. First time around. Halfway home. Woodmere Lizzie, the midway point leader. And she's the long shot in here. Southwind Ricochet second. Steady Heart third. Irie fourth. All about the bet fifth. 57 till halfway home time. 3/8 of a mile to go. Woodmere Lizzie will lead the 3/4. Here's Steady Heart on the outside now second. Third at the rail, Southwind Ricochet. Irie is fourth. All about the bet on the outside fifth. New leader at 3/4. Steady Heart and Campbell take over late. 3/4 in 1:27 flat. Steady Heart now the leader. Shade more than an 8 to go. Clear by 3. Woodmere Lizzie second. Southwind Ricochet third. All about the bet way wide fourth. Deep stretch now. Steady Heart, a going away winner for Mark Campbell. Second, that'll go to Woodmere Lizzie. Closing up third. All about the bet. Good trip. 1:55.3. Steady Heart makes her way to the sixth race winner's circle. Bay-facing filly, the 3-year-old daughter of Sunfire Blue Chip, off the Armbro Dew Stem. Pretty and Dangerous. Owned by Beau Ford, Arnold Myers, Luke Beck, and Scott Bridges. Bred by Beau Ford and Arnold Myers. Trained by Beau Ford. Mark Campbell in the driver's seat, and he'll guide her to a new race win record tonight. Excellent trip, 155 and 3. Steady Heart in the sixth.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results in race 6. Steady Heart the winner. Ivory finished 4th. All About the Bet was 3rd. Southwind Ricochet 5th. Woodmere Lizzie was 2nd. They went 28-1, 57-2, 127, and the Mild in 155-3. In review, it's 143, 5-2. Steady Heart paid 210. The Exactor 1520, Triactor was 79.80, and the Superfecta 33.72.
The McDonald family pace is scheduled for Friday, August 8th at Red Shores, Charlottetown, and the race is open to 2-year-old fillies that are 100% owned by PEI residents at the time of nomination declaration and for the duration of the event, and that are not maritime sired or not maritime foaled. So join us in August at Red Shores, Charlottetown for the McDonald family pace. Okay, here's a look at the selections for the upcoming 7th race. We're all going with a 5. Well, Peter and I are going with a 5, 1, 2 in here. Classifier's choice. Also likes the 5. We're going to throw the 2 in there for second and the 1 for third. Race 7 coming up next. Post parade coming up in a moment.
Ace 44 Dome on the 7th race parade, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes driving. Ms. Moyes, number 2, owned by Olivia May, Quade Hatley, and Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Adam Murner. Topville Angelina, number 3, owned by Jody Lynn Matheson, Stefan Boudreau, and Cheryl Smallman, trained by Ron Matheson, Jill Barrio drives. Lion Shining 4, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod, Matt and David Burke, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell's aboard. Shaken Blake, number 5, owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge, David Dowling. Ms. Megan Sparklewares, number 6, owned and trained by Shayna Toll of Clyde River, Ryan DeRarts drives. 3 minutes to post time. Back down to Kurt Hughes at the HBI broadcast desk with the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
That's right, Vance. Let's take a look at that race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. In tonight's first race, it was Redland Peaches from the rail. Darren Crow, trainer and driver. A little give and go early with the 7 Sahara Sunshine. Back to the front, 28 and 4, half 57 and 2, 126 and 4. And she's going to win easily there in race number 1 in 155 and 2. A new speed badge, lowering her mark by a full 2 seconds. So big trip from Redland Peaches in race 1. The 1-3 all try paid $290.50. And then over in race 2, it was a dead heat between the 2 and 3. Pownell Bay Colleen on the outside from McPhee on the front end. All Over Town and Murner. Murner put up the fractions with All Over Town, half 101, 3/4 131. They scooted home in 28 and 3 for a mark of 159 and 3 for both Pownell Bay Colleen and All Over Town. And the tries paid 231, paid 49.70, and a 321 paid $22.40. In race 3, the 5, Outrageous Song. We were scratched down to a field of 5. The 4 was scratched. Elm Grove Misty was scratched out of that race. So Outrageous Song and Barrio pedaled to the metal off the gate. 28-3, half 58 and 2, 3/4 127 and 4, and she wins by about 6 lengths in 157 and 1, picking up her first win of the season. And the try was chalky at 516. $9.10. Then race 4, Shadow Princess, never left the rail. Up the inside for Langell. You're going to see her scoot up the pass lane here for her first win. Time of the mile, 1:58 and 2. Listen, Linda Lou and Murner put up the early fractions of a half in 58 and 2, 3/4, 1:28 and 3, but couldn't fend off that late challenge from the 4, Shadow Princess and Langell. And the 4-1-3 try paid $18.80. Then in race 5, it was Super High 5 time here in Charlottetown, and it was Freaky Fanny going back-to-back. A winner last week, 56 and 1. A winner again tonight on the front end for Crow. Time of the mile tonight, 1:57 flat. The 2, Shelley Spear second, Havarti third, Salzbrook Annie the 6 was fourth, and the 7, Stone Beach Lily was fifth. The 5 in that race, Royals Alley, was scratched. So the 3-2-1 6-7 Super High 5 paid $9.29. And then in race 6, we just watched Steady Heart, 3-year-old daughter by Sunfire Blue Chip and Mark Campbell, trained by Beau Ford. This filly was large here tonight, winning by about 6 or 7 lengths in 1:55 and 3. New speed badge for this 3-year-old filly. Steady Heart on the rail for Mark Campbell. They jiggy jog in race 6, and again a big effort tonight, 1:55 and 3, as she picks up her 3rd career victory in the 153 try, paid $79.80. And that's a look at the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Metro Home Building Center starting 8 is in motion here for race 7. It's post time. Up to Vance Cameron for the race call.
Ace 44 Dome, Ms. Moyes, Top Hill Angelina, Lion Shining, Shaken Blake, Ms. Megan Sparkle. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Up and pacing, Ace 44 Dome is the first one out. Ms. Moy second to the turn. Third, that's Top Hill Angelina. Lion Shining on the outside fourth. Shaken Blake away fifth. And the gapped out trailer early, Ms. Megan Sparkle. On the backstretch, they go to the quarter. H44 Dome and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes out in front. They're going to get some early company. Lion Shining parked out and going after the leader, and they're rolling in here. Third up the rail, Ms. Moist. That's Top Bill Angelina fourth. Shaken Blake fifth. Ms. Megan Sparkle, the trailer. A solid opener of 28. And a 1. Lion Shining and Mark Campbell made the lead and opened by 2. H44 Dome is second. Ms. Moy's third. Top Bill Angelina. She's fourth. That's Shaken Blake fifth. And Ms. Megan Sparkle trailing the field. They're halfway home, led by Lion Shining. H44 Dome tracking second. Ms. Moy's on the cones third. 56 and 2. Another 28 and 1/4 in here. 3/8 left to go. Lion Shining the leader on H44 Dome. Ms. Moy's third. Here comes Shaken Blake on the move and the outside fourth. Fifth is Top Bill Angelina and the trailer. Ms. Megan Sparkle, new leader. That's Shaken Blake and Dowling. Second now, Lion Shining. Between them, squeezing them out. That's H44 Dome. 3 high. Top Bill Angelina. 3/4 and 1. 26 and 3. And it's all Shaken Blake here. Clear by a half a dozen. H44 Dome. Top Bill Angelina. Shaken Blake all alone for David Dowling. Top Bill Angelina rallied second. H44 Dome third in 1:55 and a 1.
Another big effort from Shaken Blake in here with David Dowling in the seat for trainer Jen Doyle. Her third win from her fourth start. She's been incredible since returning to action here in 2025. She sat off the hot early pace put up by Ace 44 Dome and the 4 Lion Shining, who insisted on leading 28-1, another 28-1 second quarter, half 56 and 2, 3/4, 126 and 3. Lion Shining had enough at that point. Shaken Blake drives right on by and wins by many here. Shaken Blake and Dowling in the 7th. Nice trip, 155 and 1. Up for second, Top Bill Angelina gets the deuce over the 1 Ace 44 Dome and Hughes. So Shaken Blake deliver here in race 7.
Shaken Blake moves into the 7th race winner's circle. Pacing mare, the 5-year-old daughter, if he's watching, from the Mach 3 Dam, St. Lad's Peeper. Owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. Bred by Richard Sullivan of Greeley, Ontario. David Dowling guiding her to victory in 155 and a 1. Shaken Blake in the 7th. Now the official results in race 7, Ace 44 Dome third, Ms. Moyes fourth, Topville Angelina second, Lion Shining was sixth, Shakin' Blake the race winner, Ms. Megan Sparkle was fifth. They went 28 and 1, 56 and 2, 126 and 3, the mile 155 and 1. From the top, your program reads 342-615. Shakin' Blake at $4. Exactor 174.60. The Triactor at $369.80. And the Superfecta 213.01.
The 2025 Home Hardware Maritime Breeders' Stake will take place at Red Shores, Charlottetown. 2- and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October 23rd, followed by the 2- and 3-year-old Pacing Colts and Fillies on Saturday, October 25th. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association.
Eighth race on post for 8, Smiling in Heaven 1. Gary Chapel of Charlottetown is the owner and the driver. Stacy Dara trains. Woodmere Honeymoon number 2, owned by Herman McQuaid, Mike May, and Krista Dunsford. Adam Murner trains and drives. Watch Me Shake It 3 is owned by Morris Cody of Charlottetown, trained by Kenny Arsenault. Tonight, Mark Bradley catch drives. Real Smoke Show wears 4, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Almac Hottie number 5, owned by Wayne McRae, Brady Doyle, Bob Tilley, and Gary Mott, trained and driven by Joe Barrio. Wired Blue Chip number 6, owned by Mike Curry of Cardigan, Jerry McKinnon of St. Peter's Bay, trained by Earl Watts, Mark Campbell. 5 minutes to post time. A special thank you to Northumberland Ferries for their continued support of the PEI harness racing industry.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
Now time to check those 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight, valued at $420, the winning number will be I-129. 1448334. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $420. I-1448334. Good luck.
Okay, race 8 on track. I'm going with the one in here, Smiling in Heaven. Gary Chappell driving for Stacy Dara. This one last time out, head post 4, got to the front, got that good 2-hole ride, and ended up third, 57 and 4. I thought that was a really good trip in against some pretty nice horses like Down by the East Side and Red Dirt Rocket. So with the pole position here tonight, if Gary's aggressive again this week, I think she could go right down the road. Currently paying a really good ticket on the nose at 6-1 currently. And just a note on the 2 here, it says LTBA lines to be announced. There is no line to be announced on Woodmere Honeymoon. Scratched at a Summerside. So Woodmere Honeymoon, ignore that LTBA on the program. Out to the 6 we go. This is the chalk right now, 1-2. Wired Blue Chip. Mark Campbell will drive for trainer Earl Watts. Mark was in the seat last time out, and they were nice winner in 57 and 4, coming first up late in the mile and drawing off to win by 5 1/4 lengths. Closed it out 29 and 2. Moves up a level here to the winners of 1, not more than 2 races life, and has the outside. And so for that reason, I'm going to put this one in the play spot. Wire Blue Chip, currently still the chalk at 1-2. This filly's been really good since her qualifier there on April 26th. She has 2 wins, a second and a third from 5 starts. She was a winner in her debut, 201-3. That's the 4 Real Smoke Show owned by Donnie McRae of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes driving for trainer Ashley Gamester. She followed that up with an off-the-pace third place finish in 2 minutes, and then again a winner in 2 minutes 1/5 from post 1, and then had the outside the next 2 starts. Head post 6, rallied to finish second, 59. Closing quarter, 28-4. And then last week, the dreaded 8-hole, got away 9 by 16 at the quarter. So a long way back, too much ground to make up on that day. Still grabbed a check, finishing 5th by 5 and 58-1. Real good race time on that day. 28-4 final panel. Compact field of 6 here tonight. Real Smoke Show's got a really good shot to get the job done at 7-2. race 8 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Smiling in Heaven, Woodmere Honeymoon, Watch Me Shake It, Real Smoke Show, Hamakati, and Wired Blue Chip. A half a dozen noses up on the starting gate here in the 8th. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing, leaving out, Watch Me Shake It, Smiling in Heaven going with her at the rail. Third one to the turn, Woodmere Honeymoon. Fourth, Real Smoke Show. To get away fifth, that is Hamac Hardy. Wired Blue Chip on the outside, 6. Up the backstretch for time 1. Smiling in Heaven out in front. In line to Gary Chapel. Second is Watch Me Shake It. Now third, Woodmere Honeymoon. Fourth along the inside is Real Smoke Show. How Mac Honey goes fifth, and the post-time favorite is the trailer, Wired Blue Chip, 29 seconds flat, the opening quarter, straight alignment as they round the top turn. At the 3/8, led by Smiling in Heaven. Watch Me Shake It second. Here comes Real Smoke Show to take over third on the outside. Following the cover out fourth is Halmac Hottie. Now racing fifth on the outside is Wired Blue Chip. And up the rail, Woodmere Honeymoon, the trailer. At the midway point, we'll get a new leader. Real Smoke Show and the Blue Night Hughes takes over 59 and won the half mile. Racing second on the outside is Halmac Hottie at the rail third. Smiling in Heaven, fourth on the outside, Wired Blue Chip, and he's going 3 wide. Now fifth, and moving up, Woodmere Honeymoon, the trailer, Watch Me Shake It. They arrive at 3/4, 3 wide, and Wired Blue Chip on the outside, the leader. Real Smoke Show at the rail. In between horses, Halmac Hottie third, Smiling in Heaven is fourth, nowhere to go. Fifth on the outside, Woodmere Honeymoon, Watch Me Shake It is 6 to 3/4 in 1, 29 and 2. Down the home stretch now. Wired Blue Chip takes over late. Real Smoke Show, Halmac Hottie, Wired Blue Chip. Mark Campbell doubles up. Second, that is a Real Smoke Show. Halmac Hottie third in 1:58 and 1.
Well, Smiling in Heaven and Chapel, they use the rail to their advantage, getting out to the front quarter in 29, but the backfield was in motion coming to the half. The Real Smoke Show and Hughes, the 4, coming first up, clearing to the lead just past the half, 59 and 1, up 3/4, 129 and 2, and making a blast from the back of the pack was the 6 Wired Blue Chip and Mark Campbell, and they're going to get to the front in deep stretch and get up for the win. 158 and 1. Another great effort from Wired Blue Chip as they go back to back. This time from post 6 with a nice move up the backstretch. Wired Blue Chip and Campbell back in the winner's circle next.
Wired Blue Chip in the 8th race winner's circle by pacing filly 3 years by Better's Delight from the Captain Treacherous Dam. Shaka Blue Chip, owned by Mike Curry of Cardigan and Jerry McKinnon of St. Peter's Bay. Bred by Blue Chip Bloodstock and Let It Ride Stables. Trained by Earl Watts. Mark Campbell, second winner for the double. The mile in 1:58 and a 1. Wired Blue Chip in the 8th. Here's the official results now in the 8th race. Smiling in Heaven, 5th. Woodmere Honeymoon was 6th. Watch Me Shake It, 4th. Real Smoke Show, 2nd. Hamac Hardy, 3rd. Wired Blue Chip, the race winner. Fractions of 29, 59 and 1. 129 and 2. The mile 158 and 1. In review, it's 564, 231. Wired Blue Chip, 360. Exactor 810, Triactor 3270, Superfecta 752.
The birthplace of Confederation Series, sponsored by the City of Charlottetown, returns to Red Shores for the 2025 racing season. This year, the series is named in honor of Harris Johnston and will take place during Gold Cup week. The eliminations are scheduled for August 9th, followed by the consolation and final on Saturday, August 16th.
Ninth race, entering the track for the post parade. One is Harlequin Romance, owned by Mark Ramsey of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia. Corey McPherson trains and drives. Windermere City, number 2, owned by Shane Essence, Saul Lanigan, Darcy Doyle, and Isaac Skirman. Trained by Saul Lanigan, Mark Campbell drives. Ms. Maddie P., number 3, owned by Lance Jones, Donnie McFadge and Sean McAdam, and Todd Walsh. Trained by Todd Walsh, Jason Hughes drives. Promise Me Later, number 4, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Sam Walsh. Trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling. Five is Carnival Heart, owned by Shayna Toll and Ryan DeRoche of Clyde River. Shayna trains, Ryan drives. 5 minutes to post time. Kurt returns with details on the Red Shores late pick 4 and the $1,000 guaranteed pool.
Red Shores Racing is excited to offer a new pick 4 as part of our 2025 wagering menu. The late pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card at Red Shores Charlottetown and Red Shores Summerside, and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with a low 15% takeout. And the late pick 4 starts right here in this 9th race. So have a look over the last 4 races and give it a shot. Good luck with your wagers here in race 9. My top play in race 9, Promise Me Later, out of the Jen Doyle stable. David Dowling will drive, reeling off 3 in a row to start 2025. That's pretty impressive. 58-1 first time, first start off the bench. Second start, 56-1 again, right on the front end. 57-4 last week. Another front end mission, all good closing quarters, and so I don't think there'll be any surprise where this one is headed when the wings fold. Promise Me Later, owned by R. Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Donald Walsh. They got to be pretty excited with this mare's return. And a 4-year-old season is typically a pretty tough transition because they're leaving state competition where they're racing against horses their own age into age competition. So what she's doing has been pretty impressive. Promise Me Later, currently the chalk at 1-2. Windermere Sadie, another 4-year-old doing good things, making her 3rd start back. She's reeled off back-to-back second place finishes, 56-3, first start back, 57-2 in her latest, both from outside post. Post 7, 2 starts back, and then post 6 last week. Moves inside to post 2, so that will be very much welcomed by this stable. Trained by Saul Lanigan. Mark Campbell in the driver's seat, looking for her first win of 2025. Could get it here at 3-1. Harlequin Romance punching above her weight class, I would say. If you look down her lines from last year, racing the 5-claimer, non-winners of 401. Well, so far this year, she's been racing at that 1,001 level, doing pretty well. 4th the first week, second last start, and then last week up to 1601 level, finishing 4th, race timed in 58. Nice race time, 2 starts back as well, 57-1, closing quarter, 29 flat out of the Corey McPherson stable. He is the driver and trainer. Mark Ramsey has to be pretty happy with this mare to start 2025. And so back down here to the 1301 level with the rail. She could grab a piece of this triactor, currently at 8-1 on the board. She has that good early speed, so we'll look for her to be forwardly placed in this one. Kicking off the late pick 4 here in race 9, and the race 9 starters are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Up to Vance Cameron for the race call.
Harlequin Romance, Windermere Shady, Ms. Maddie P, Promise Me Later, Carnival Heart, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing, Promise Me Later, Windermere Shady leave out, Harlequin Romance at the rail third, fourth one to the turn, Miss Maddie P, then the trailer, Carnival Heart. They're over to the eighth pole, Windermere Shady and Campbell, they clear the lead. Second is Harlequin Romance, gone to plan B, Promise Me Later, backed up to be third. To get away fourth is Miss Maddie P, and the trailer is Carnival Heart. They're over to the opening quarter mile, led by Windermere Shady, in line to Mark Campbell. On their back, second, Harlequin Romance. All alone in third, Promise Me Later, 28 and 2, the opening quarter. Racing from fourth is Miss Maddie P, in the trailer fifth. Carnival Heart, off the turn they come, and they straighten down the stretch. They have the half mile in their sights now, led there by Windermere Shady. Harlequin Romance at long odds, the two-hole ride, are racing third. That's Promise Me Later. Fourth is Miss Maddie P. Carnival Heart continuing to trail 58 seconds flat for a half a mile. Arriving next at 5/8, Windermere Shady on top. Now here's Promise Me Later, up and after the leader. Third at the rail, Harlequin Romance, Miss Maddie P fourth, Carnival Heart on the outside fifth. They arrive at three-quarters, Windermere Shady, oh, and they're hooked on up front. Oh, they race by three-quarters, and all kinds of confusion here. By three-quarters in 1:27 and 2, with an 8 left to go. We are under an inquiry here, and as they turn home, wow, here's one for the long shots. Down the stretch they come. On the outside, Carnival Heart. Miss Maddie P coming up the rail. It's an all-out shocker. Miss Maddie P and the Blue Knight upset them here in the ninth. Time for the mile in 1:57 and 2. Retain your tickets here in the ninth race. Judges' inquiry. Judges' inquiry involves the conduct of race number 9 at three-quarters.
Well, the two favorites got hooked up going to three-quarters, so hold on to all tickets here as the judges take a look at that inquiry. But that set the stage for the three long shots. Who's going to take it? It's Miss Maddie P and Hughes up the inside here. What a trip for Miss Maddie P as they're going to get to the wire first. 1:57 and 2. Harlequin Romance in the middle there, going to grab the deuce, and Carnival Heart on the outside is going to grab the show-dough for Ryan Durage. So it's 3-1-5 unofficially here in race number 9. Okay, here's a look at the ongoing judges' inquiry as the 2 and the 4 head up the backstretch, second and final time. You're going to see they're going to hook wheels here, so the judges are going to take a look at that, and they'll give their judges' ruling in just a moment. So hold on to all tickets here in the ninth.
In the winner's circle here in the ninth, Miss Maddie P. Bay facing mare 5 by Fear the Dragon from the Western Hanover Dam Moonlight Delight. Owned by Lance Jones, Donnie McFadden, Sean McAdam, and Todd Walsh. Bred by Stephen Price from Canton. Todd Walsh trains in the Blue Knight. Jason Hughes gets her to the winner's circle the longest. Shot on the board in the ninth race. Shocker in 157-2. Results of the ninth race inquiry. For Promise Me Later, hook wheels with number 2, Windermere Sadie, going to 3/4, with the 2 finishing ahead of the 4, no placings required. Here's the official results now in the 9th race. Harlequin Romance was 2nd. Windermere Sadie 4th. Ms. Maddie P., the race winner. Promise Me Later was 5th. Carnival Heart finished 3rd. Fractions of 28 and 2. 58. 127 and 2. And the mile in 157 and 2. From the top, your program reads 24153. Ms. Maddie P. paid $78 to win. The exactor, $225. Triactor at $300, $220. Superfecta, $231.60.
HBI PEI customers and players across the country who wager $25 or more per card will receive 5% cash back for Tuesdays in June at Red Shores Summerside. HBI PEI players will also receive a ballot for a chance to win a $500 rebate. For more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hpibet.com.
Trotters and their drivers for the 10th race. Onto the track for Post Parade. Fight Song number 1. Owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes drives. Jessie, Jess, or Jessica number 2. Owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. David Dowling. 3 Glider Man. Owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. Miles Heffernan. Curad number 4, owned by Ryan DeRoche of Clyde River. Ryan is the driver. Shayna Toll trains. Whole Nother number 5, owned and trained by Teddy Smallwood of Charlottetown. Willie McKay. Ripped and Ready number 6, owned by Dina Clove, New Haven. Dr. Ruth Irving of Russell, Ontario. Trained by Dina Clove. Brett Clove drives. Final Text number 7, owned by Matt and David Burke of Stratford. Trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell above the wheels. 5 minutes to post time. Join us for lunch at O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, located on the lower level of Red Shores, Charlottetown, featuring daily specials and fan favorites, hot hamburger and steak sandwich.
Okay, race 10. We're on the trot here for race 10, and those starters are on track. The One Fight Song, my top play in here. I liked him to win last week on the inside draw from post 2, but he made an unfortunate break there going just after the word go, going into the first turn. Took himself out of it, so hopefully tonight he stays trotting, and he has another great post 1 to work with. And if Hughes can get him off on the right foot around that first turn without any bumps, this guy could go right down the road. I like Fight Song on top of my ticket. Jason Hughes on board. He's coming off a big win, probably an unexpected win in the last one, so we'll see how they do here at 2-1. There's the 7, Mark Campbell driving. Final text for Matt and David Burke of Stratford. This one's picked up the show, though, in 3 starts here on the island. 58-2 the first time, 59 2 starts back, and then on the front end, last time out for Campbell, finishing third again, 59-2 in behind Buckhead Ridge and New Legacy. Buckhead Ridge and New Legacy not in the race here tonight, so final text could be his week. Good odds on the outside of the gate. You're getting value at 6-1. David Dowling back in the driver's seat aboard Jesse, Jess, or Jessica, and they've won a lot of races together over the years out of the Jen Doyle stable. And this time out, they have post 2. Last time out, they had post 3, got away 5 by 10 last week, ended up 5th, 59-3. And the week prior to that, 8 by 13 at the quarter. So tardy at the start to start her year. So if David can get her off on the right foot, get her a little closer to the pace here tonight, or to the trot, I should say. If she gets away, maybe in the top 3 or 4, I could see her hitting the ticket. And right now you're getting 4-5 current choice for the 2, Jesse, Jess, or Jessica. Trotters rolling up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 10th race. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Fight Song, Jesse, Jess, or Jessica. Glider Man, Curat. Whole Nother, Ripped and Ready. Final Tax, top of the stretch. Tenth race trotters all lined up and approaching a start. Up and trotting, Curad, Fight Song, between horses, Glider Man, way wide, Final Text into the turn. Towards the rail, Jesse, Jess, or Jessica, then Whole Nother, and Ripped and Ready the trailer. As they arrive at the 8th pole, it'll be Glider Man for Miles Everton Sr. to lead it. We've got some breakers. Final Text and Jesse, Jess, or Jessica on the run as they arrive at the first quarter mile. Glider Man, the long shot leader, and I mean long shot. He's all nines off an opening quarter of 29 and 1. Glider Man by almost 2. Racing second, Curad. Fight Song got away third. Whole Nother fourth. Ripped and Ready is fifth. Then at the back, Final Text and Jesse, Jess, or Jessica had enough. Dowling pulled her up as they arrive at the opening half mile next. And they're led at the midway point by Glider Man. Here comes Fight Song now powering up from the outside. He's set to take over the lead. Curad at the rail third. Whole Nother tipped out of fourth. Ripped and Ready is with the leaders fifth. And then the trailer, that is Final Text, 58 and 3 for an opening half. And the new leader is the post-time favorite, Fight Song, and the Blue Knight Hughes starts to drive away. Glider Man second, Whole Nother third. Fourth is Curad. Ripped and Ready coming 3 wide fifth. Final Text the trailer, 3/4 and 1. 28 and 4. They trot round that top turn for the final time. It's all Fight Song here. Second along the rail, Glider Man. Ripped and Ready coming third. Curad fourth. But Fight Song absolutely about to jiggy jog here and double up the Blue Knight Hughes. Fight Song, Ripped and Ready rallied second. Curad will finish third. It's 1:58 and 2, Fight Song in the 10th. Judges' inquiry underway here in the 10th race. Retain your tickets. The judge's inquiry involves the 3 breaking horses in tonight's 10th race.
Okay, inquiry ongoing involved with the breakers in this race. Fight Song raced well here tonight. Jason did a good job getting him around the first turn. They navigated around the turn without any miscues, and so he just waited for the dust to settle, made his way to the front at the half. Glider Man led early, 29 and 1/2, 58 and 3, and then it was game over. Fight Song and Hughes led the rest of the way, 128 and 4. Nice mile here tonight, 158 and 2 as they romp here in race 10.
Fight Song into the 10th race winner's circle, trotting Blake Elding, 6 years, the son of Cadabra. Off the Muscle Hill Dam, Fortunes of Fables, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Bred by Bluestone Farms, Frederica Caldwell. Trained by Ashley Gamester. And the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, has his second winner on the night for the double. Time for the mile in 158 and 2. Fight Song in the 10th. Now the results of the judges' inquiry in the 10th race. 2 Jessica made the break on her own. Didn't interfere with number 6. Jessica did not finish the race, so there's no placing there. 7, Final Tex made the break on his own. And the third breaker, 5, Whole Nother. Racing officials charged number 6, Ripped and Ready, as causing interference to number 5, forcing him off stride. Ripped and Ready finished second, will be placed 5th. Now, the official results in the 10th race, Fight Song the winner, Jessica did not finish. Glider Man finished 4th, was placed 3rd. Curad finished 3rd, was placed 2nd. Whole Nother finished 5th, was placed 4th. Ripped and Ready finished 2nd, was placed 5th for interference on number 5, Whole Nother. Final Tex was 6th. Fractions went 29 and 1, 58 and 3, 128 and 4, and the mile 158 and 2. In review after the placings, 1 did not finish, 3, 2, 4, 5, 6. Fight Song at 350, Exactor 4610, Triactor 524.10, Superfecta 616.72.
HBI PEI customers and players across the country who wager $25 or more per card at Red Shores Charlottetown during the month of June will receive a ballot for a chance to win a $500 rebate. Sign up for free at hbibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HBI Bet and Red Shores.
Galway Girl leads the 11th race on parade. It's the Ken Oaks Memorial. There'll be a trackside presentation. Galway Girl, owned by Kent McDonald, Bernard McDonald, and Jacinta Campbell. Trained by Landon Campbell, driven by Mark Campbell. 2 Elm Grove Mistress, owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge, David Dowling. 3 Rosetown Mary, owned by the Rosetown Stable of Stratford, and Taylor McPherson of Cornwall, Corey McPherson trains and drives. For Sugar Bowl, owned by Tommy Collins and Brian McPhee of Mount Stewart, trained by Jeff Holmes, Gilles Barrio. 5 Tobin's Brownie, owned by Brittany Watts and Sandra Weeks of Springvale. Adam Murner trains and drives. 5 minutes to post time. Lee Drake, manager of Red Shores Racing and Broadcast, has a special message coming up next.
Live continues on this Thursday night, and a fitting tribute coming up to Kent Oakes. A memorial race in his honor tonight. Kent was a longtime friend, certainly a mentor, and just an incredible resource for all of harness racing, and well known throughout North America. Earlier this year, he was honored with the Cam Fella at the O'Brien Awards, and later this summer, he will be going in under the builder category in the Canadian Harness Racing Hall of Fame. Certainly, we're all very proud of and very much deserving for all of his hard work and dedication. And tonight is very special because it was this night, this month, 20 years ago, that the actual track opened, and a legacy project that Kent worked so hard on. From the Charlottetown Driving Park to the new property that we have today. Certainly a very proud moment, and it's only fitting that he's honored tonight. Trackside presentation coming up. Kurt has the horses and the top selections next.
I 100% agree with with Lee. Kent was an incredible guy. Anytime I met him, he's always asking how my family was doing. First question out of his mouth was how my family was doing and how everybody, how all my stock was doing. He always had friendly banter. So great to have this race in his honor. Just an incredible guy who did so much for the industry and did so much for harness racing in the Maritimes, and especially here on PEI. I know 20 years ago, yesterday was the opening of the new track service. There was a lot of anticipation for that night. I remember racing that night, and it was just so exciting to see the new track, the new surface, and the new building, the facility that was going to open later that summer. So, so great to have this in his honor tonight. The Kent Oakes Memorial, Race 11. The starters are on track. Sugar Bowl, my top play. Sugar Bowl, second by a nose in her first start back off a trip from off the pace. She had post 5, got away 5th, and made that late move and just got nosed out at the wire. Closing quarter, 27 and 3, mile 55 and 4. Barrio in the seat, 4 homes. Tommy Collins, Brian McPhee, they share ownership on this talented mare. 7-time winner last year from 23 starts. A win and a second so far in 2025. And so Sugar Bowl, she's getting the nod for me in here at 3-5. This mare is a great shot in here as well. Rosetown Mary, owned by the Rosetown Stable. Taylor McPherson, they share ownership. Corey McPherson, the trainer and driver. She was a winner in Summerside from off the pace. Breathtaking move on the end of it there, winning in 58 and 3, winning by a length and 3/4, 29 and 4 closing quarter over Tobin's Brownie and Galway Girl in a PEI Gold Stake Gold Graduate Series there in Summerside on May 25th. So making her second start back here tonight against a really tough group. But I love her closing kick. So Rosetown Mary definitely has a shot to win here in race 11 at 3-1. And you can't count this mare out as well. What a group this is in race 11. Tobin's Brownie on the outside. That's the only reason she's in the show spot for me. I just think the post position is going to be too much to overcome, especially with this talent on the inside. She rallied from off the pace to finish second last week, 59 and behind Rosetown Mary, and was a winner on the front end for Mark Campbell, 2 starts back in 55. And for Adam Erner takes over the training duties, and he will drive. So out there in post 5, they are at long odds. You're getting value if you want to back her at 9-1. The Ken Oaks Memorial feature race, race 11, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center, starting gate up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Kurt, the greatest gift PEI harness racing ever received was our friend Ken Oaks. Ken Oaks Memorial lined up. Galway Girl, Elm Grove Mistress, Rosetown Mary, Sugar Bowl, Tobin's Brownie, post time. Up and pacing, Sugar Bowl, Elm Grove Mistress, Galway Girl will guard the cones, stacking them up 3 wide into the turn to get away 4th. Rosetown Mary, then the trailer. That is Tobin's Brownie up the 8th pole. Galway Girl for Campbell. But here's Berrio and Sugar Bowl driving up now to take over the lead as they race the backstretch and go to the quarter pole. Sugar Bowl parked right over to the opening quarter. Second is Galway Girl. Then in third, Elm Grove Mistress. 4th is Rosetown Mary. Trailing the field, Tobin's Brownie. Oh, they were sitting up in the Ken Oaks Memorial. Boom! Just like that, 27 and 2 opened it up. Down the stretch they come, led by Sugar Bowl and Berrio. Racing second is Galway Girl. Then in third, it's Elm Grove Mistress. 4th, Rosetown Mary. And the trailer 5th, Tobin's Brownie. Berrio wants a breather. Oh, he didn't get it. 56-4 was the half mile. Straight alignment around the paddock turn. Arriving at 5-8, Sugar Bowl to get him there. Galway Girl at the rail second. Elm Grove Mistress third. Rosetown Mary starts her move to the outside 4th. Trailing the field. Tobin's Brownie 3/4 next. Sugar Bowl out in front. Galway Girl tracking second. From the outside, Rosetown Mary coming on to be third. 4th is Elm Grove Mistress. Tobin's Brownie on the outside. 5th, 1:26 and 2 3/4. Homeward bound now. Sugar Bowl trying to close it out. Galway Girl on the outside. Elm Grove Mistress up the rail. Sugar Bowl and Berrio in the Ken Oaks Memorial. They stopped the clock. Wow! 1:54-1.
Okay, compact field of 5. That's why they call him the Maritime Magic Man. He put Sugar Bowl right on the front end. Big quarter, though. He paid a price 27 and 2. Half 56 and 4. 126 and 2 to the 3/4. The 3, Rosetown Mary, tried her luck first up, but no, Sugar Bowl would not be denied tonight. In her second start back, she gets the job done. Time of the mile, 154 and 1. Big trip for Sugar Bowl and Barrio as they win the Ken Oaks Memorial.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ken Oaks dedicated his entire career and livelihood to the sport of harness racing. As an employee of the province of Prince Edward Island, Oaks partnered with the provincial, regional, and national harness racing industries for more than 30 years, cementing his legacy in the PEI harness racing industry. Ken served on numerous boards and committees, including the board of the Atlantic Harness Racing Development Council, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Host Committee, Council of Atlantic Premiers Task Force on Harness Racing, PEI, and the Atlantic Classic Sale, just to name a few. Kent was also the provincial government representative on the Planning and Construction Committee responsible for developing the Charlottetown Driving Park, which opened in June of 2005. That's why it is only fitting to honor Kent tonight with a memorial race, as this legacy project that he was so involved in opened this month 20 years ago. Tonight we honor and remember Ken Oaks and thank him for all he did for harness racing on PEI and across North America. Sugar Bowl in the winner's circle, pacing brown mare 6 by Sweet Lou from the Better's Delight Dam, a well-read, owned by Tommy Callings and Brian McPhee of Mount Stewart, bred by Volcari Farms, trained by Jeff Holmes. Gilles Barrio drives her to victory. She opened it up in 27 and 2 and closed it out in 27 and 4. A fantastic mile tonight, 154 and 1. Sugar Bowl captures the Ken Oaks Memorial. Now the official results in race 11, Galway Girl 4th, Elm Grove Mistress 2nd, Rosetown Mary 3rd, Sugar Bowl the race winner, Tobin's Brownie 5th, Fractions 27 and 2, 56 and 4, 126 and 2, and the mile 154 and 1. In review, 4, 2, 3, 1, 5. Sugar Bowl $3. Exactor 26.30, Triactor 36.50, Superfecta 9.72.
Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program with a low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High Five at Red Shores Charlottetown and Red Shores Somerset.
Twelfth race on parade. One is Silly Abos, owned by David Kent of North Rustico, trained by Kenny Arsenault. Gilles Barrio catch drives. JM Sports Fan number 2, owned by Angus Burt, Morris McCabe, Harold Shepard, and Eva McPherson. Trained by Harold Shepard, Stephen Shepard drives. Stealing Bases 3, owned by Jack Matheson of Charlottetown, trained by Jackie Matheson, Mark Campbell. Sigali number 4 is owned by the Sigali 6 stable of Charlottetown, trained by Philip Kelly, Mark Bradley drives. 5, Rock and Roll K's, owned by Albert Hickox of South Freetown, trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling. Lorne Valley Barb 6, owned by Barry McLeod of Cardigan, Miles Heffernan Jr., trains and drives. Number 7 is Dollywood. Corey McPherson catch drives tonight for owner-trainer Paul Doyle, Charlottetown. Down to your final call for wagering on race number 12. Last call to make your 12th race selections featuring the Super High Five. And Kurt, you and I are going to come up with our selection to close it out here on this Thursday night. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their presentation of the band's cam. And Kurt, I must congratulate you on another Super High Five. in the books for you. You not only have the key to the Super High Five Club, I think now you get the picture on the wall for another one, my friend. Congratulations.
Thanks.
I seen your first 3 picks. I'm right in line with you. I like the 2, JM Sports Fan. Got a torturesome trip the last time around, but still hung around for your show, Doe. I'll use her on top. I like 1, Silly Amos, playing the Jill Barrio off of the rail catch drive. Throw in the 5, Rock and Roll Case. She's on the first-time Lasix program. Might need another start. And I'll close it out with 3, Stealing Bases, and 7, Dollywood. It's 21537 from the booth. Kurt, your choices.
Yeah, I like the 215 as well for the reasons you mentioned. That trip James Sports Fan went last week was incredible. So we'll put her on top. Silly Amos, I like the driver change to Barrio. And that mare, she's one of my favorites. She comes to play every single week. And she's typically at long odds, so tonight she's not. She's at even money on the rail for Barrio. I like her for second. I like the 5 for third. I'm going to throw in the 6, Lorne Valley Barb and Heffernan for fourth. They were a winner in 2 starts back, so we're going to throw them in there for fourth. And then the 3, Stealing Bases, and Mark Campbell. He picks up the drive aboard the Jackie Matheson trainee. So I'm at 21563. Vance Cameron likes 215. 3-7. Good luck with your selections here in our finale. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion here for the finale at Red Shores. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Silly Amos. JM Sports Fan, Stealing Bases, Sigali. Rock and Roll K's, Lorne Valley Barb, Dollywood, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. This is the Super High Five Thursday night finale. Post time, and there they go. Up and pacing, Silly Amos, the first one out. JM Sports Fan is second. Third one as they make the turn, Sigali to get away fourth, stealing bases. Then fifth is Rock and Roll K. Sixth, Lorne Valley Barb and Dollywood the trailer. On the backstretch they go. They all have pylon positions early. They'll chase Silly Amos and Gilberto to the quarter. JM Sports Fan goes second. Third up the rail, Sigali. Then in fourth, that's stealing bases. Rock and Roll K's is checked in fifth. Racing from sixth is Lorne Valley Barb. Dollywood is seventh, 28 and 4 the opening quarter. Straight alignment at the 3/8 pole. On the point, Silly Amos showing the way. JM Sports Fan, that two-hole ride. Sigali races from third, then fourth. Stealing bases, there goes Rock and Roll K's, sent to the outside fifth. Lorne Valley Barb is sixth, and Dollywood continuing to trail halfway home in the nightcap. Silly Amos got him to the half in 59 and 1. Up and after the leader, Rock and Roll K's JM Sports Fan. In the pocket third for Sigali, stealing bases fifth. Then in sixth, Lorne Valley Barb. Dollywood is still the trailer. 3/4 comes next. Silly Amos will get them there. The challenger on the outside, Rock and Roll K's, marshalling up in the 3 spot. JM Sports Fan, 3/4 in 1, 28 and 1, an eighth of a mile to go. Silly Amos turning home. JM Sports Fan to the outside for the stretch drive. Sigali up the rail is third. Stealing bases fourth. On the wire they come next. Silly Amos, how's about Sigali? She may have got there up the inside to upset them. Here in the Super High 5 in 1:57 and 3. It's picture time in the Super High 5.
Excellent drive by Mark Bradley here aboard Sigali, just riding the cones during the race and just biding her time, getting up the pass lane here. Looks like she's going to reach up and get it all at long odds, 22.40 on the nose for Sigali and Mark Bradley off that pocket sitting win last week in 2 minutes 4/5. Tonight, she stops the clock in 1:57 and 3. Big effort from Sigali as she goes back to back for Bradley here in the finale. Nice trip from Silly Amos, who did all the work putting up the fractions early. 28 and 4, 59 and 1, 128 and 1. Just couldn't hang on to fend off that late challenge down the inside. She fought off JM Sports Fan on the outside, but just couldn't hold off Sigali at the wire. So we got a 4-1-2, 3-6 unofficial Super High 5 here in race 12.
Here's Sigali arriving at the 12th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare, she's 8 by Shanghai, Phil. From the Gothic Dream Dam, Dream Combination. On with the Sigali 6 stable of Charlottetown, bred by Andre Cleet from Warwick, Quebec. Trained by Philip Kelly, Mark Bradley will guide her to victory in 1:57 and 3. Sigali in a Super High 5 upset. Now, the official results in the 12th race, Silly Amos was second. JM Sports Fan third. Stealing Bases fourth. Sigali was the race winner. Rock and Roll K's was seventh. Lorne Valley Barb fifth. Dollywood finished sixth. The fractions were 28 and 4. 59 and 1. 128 and 1. The mile 157 and 3. From the top, your program reads 234 1756. Sigali paid $22.40 to win. The exactor was $96.10. The triactor at $204.70. The late daily double $267.60. And there will be a super high five carryover to Saturday night. And that's going to complete our live presentation tonight here in Charlottetown. The Par Mutual handle, $57,792. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.